I'll just ask Laura a question. Laura, hi. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm sorry the way I look. Dr. Helen Koretsky.
Have a seat, or else I'm going to call the cops and I'll be locked up. Sit down. Sit down.
Mita Meriday.
All right, Mita J. Meriday. Okay, public comment. One of my major issues that I want to call to the attention of the town board is this scenario with this tabling process and tabling indefinitely. It's very disconcerting, particularly for residents. By the time we actually get access to the calendar, I mean, you have people who are taking time off work or losing money to be here. Maybe they had to pay for daycare or something and to come here, and then all of a sudden it just seems like, you know, these items are just kind of like arbitrarily tabled. Here's a suggestion. If there's a way that you all could meet as a board before the calendar is actually posted, so if you really have some burning issues about some of these items, why not leave them off of the calendar to begin with?
You're asking us to break the law. We can't do that. I
Well,
can't meet with them before this, and they can't know what I'm doing.
what do you mean they can't know what you're doing?
If I want to vote no,
You're saying voting no, but you're not even voting. When you table something, you didn't have the discussion to have an opinion whether it's yes or no. You change the law to reflect the needs of the people. If we didn't change things as it pertains to the law, if we went by the letter of the law, the part that is crossed out in the Constitution of the United States that said people of African descent were 3/5 people would still be in effect. So you can't say to me that you're just breaking the law arbitrarily, because there are things that you can do to change it.
The public meeting, the open meetings law would prohibit the board from meeting as a whole prior to a scheduled open public hearing. So
it's okay for residents to take their time, lose money to come here for the first 10 minutes for somebody to say, okay, I want to table X, Y, and Z. So that's okay. For the taxpayer to bear the burden again, that's okay. Moving on. It's just abhorrent to me that we can change laws for certain things, and then just like with this whole vaping situation, that was the law that was changed. The breastfeeding scenario, that was a law that was changed. We have a situation in Baldwin where we have someone who's basically running an illegal store on Grand Avenue, and residents are being told that the law limits what our town officials can do. So what can we do about getting the law changed so that there is real enforcement? Because if somebody's making $5,000 estimate, just a number, paying a $200 or $300 ticket for running an illegal store is irrelevant. It's something that they're going to keep doing because they've been running this situation for months as a garage sale, which everyone knows it is not a garage sale when you pretty much can have a bicycle rack and tires sitting up there. Nobody's garage can carry that much, not every weekend. So these are concerns that residents have that I'm just sharing. It can go in one ear and out the other. Lastly, I am really concerned again about, well, two things. I'm concerned about the condition again of the roads in the township. Residents have concerns about the roads and the impact that it is having on them in terms of parking, access to their homes, school children and buses getting through. I really am hoping that we can definitely look into that. And watching the news the other day in terms of the condition of some of the zombie homes and how the city is really listing and doing something constructive as it pertains to detailing these zombie homes, working with the banks and trying to do something to get these homes at least made sellable and made safe. I question what the town is doing actively to move something forward to address that and to do something more preventative to can keep our residents, again, our veterans and our seniors who are suffering in silence, who are what I consider are soon to be homeless, to keep them from having to deal with 72-hour notices from the sheriff to be evicted. Again, what is the town doing in regard to that? Lastly, as a 9/11 first responder, I'm very concerned about the health and wellness of residents and those. I give definitely my condolences to those who lost loved ones, but also we need to do a better job in reaching out to first responders like myself and making sure that they are signed up for the resources and the information that they need to try to sustain their life. Unfortunately, because of the structure of the Zadroga bill, there are matrices that have to be established for certain conditions to become certified. So if anyone knows of anyone who volunteered down at Ground Zero, I urge them to get themselves tested so that the medical research and information and support services for individuals like myself who suffer from COPD, PTSD, GERD, and related other chronic ailments can continue to get the resources that we need. And I do have cards available because I did promise the attorneys and the World Trade Center monitoring people that I would be on board to help to promote that. Thank you.
Thank you. Felix Procacci.
Felix Procacci, 1165 Barn Street, Franklin Square, New York. I wish you guys were concerned about obeying the law, because even in Newsday, the article wasn't titled correctly, but it says you're in violation of the law. You don't have all the financial disclosures online. There should be like 200, and we have like 8. After 3 months being late, now they're giving excuses. So why aren't you all upset about that? That's what I'd like to know. Because you want to follow the law. You violate open meetings law constantly. You don't provide all the information prior to the meeting per the law. But what the hell you care about that, right? You don't care about that. Nobody even speaks out. Where's the press release of all the concerned citizens up there? We don't have any, okay? Erin King Sweeney told me last meeting she doesn't run away from her votes. So I emailed her, very polite email. I asked her, why does she think indefinitely tabling resolutions indefinitely is beneficial to the residents of this town? She didn't respond. Well, that's running away from issues. And that's what you guys all do when you get cornered. You do the normal thing. No transparency is going to work without it being run by the citizen. No government transparency system will ever work run by the government. It has to be run by the citizens. That's the only way it will work, and you have to give us some power, give us some deference, process FOIA requests immediately. Don't just indefinitely delay them. Like many of my FOIA requests should be responded to. It should be a piece of paper that should have been at this meeting. I would have to wait 4 weeks to get it. Why? You should have it readily available. It's not like you had to put it together. At the last meeting, Bruce Blakeman said none of his constituents ever mentioned special elections. Well, I mentioned it when you were appointed and King Sweeney was appointed in 2015. I mentioned it when D'Esposito was appointed in 2016. I mentioned it when Dennis Dunn was appointed in 2017. Okay? So I mentioned it, but once again, the point is not whether you like special elections or not. It should come to a discussion, which you ran away from the responsibility by tabling it indefinitely. You can't explain.
I stand corrected, Felix. You are a constituent of mine, and you have raised the subject many times.
But what we've done, and then the big concern is, oh my God, people are going to be not represented. Well, in 2014, Angie Cullen was missing in action, and many of our constituents came here and asked, and we got the runaround. No one ever said anything. Mita Meriday knows better than anyone how many times she asked here, where is she? Where is she? Oh, the staff will take care of you. The staff will. 6 months later, she retires. And then when you guys were appointed, you know when we learned about it? 3 o'clock the afternoon before the 7 o'clock meeting. That's when we learned about you and Ms. Sweeney's appointment. Okay? So the idea that there's some concern here is fake. You're all faking us. You don't really care. I mean, your concern is you drum up a concern when you can't think of anything else to say. The town is still violating FOIL. I'd like to know what the position is. You're charging $5 a copy at the building department. Did you fix that problem? The Committee on Open Government ruled against you. Is it fixed? 25 cents? Okay. $5 for the first copy. Okay, just to bring up a problem at the Averill Park, and I understand the electrician company was there. The lighting is defective. My kids will be running, and all of a sudden, a section of the lighting will go out. And then it'll come back on. So it's some heating problem where the contact's opening up, and then another section of the lighting will go out, another part of the path.
From the Parks Department, we have some. They understand. Were you aware of that?
Of the lighting issue?
Supervisor, Town Board, morning. No, we weren't aware.
Well,
Can we look into that? Can you send someone to look into it?
Which exact area is it?
Averill Park.
No, we're in Averill Park.
No, it's the quarter-mile loop.
Right.
And I guess the lights are wired separately because one section will go black, but the others will stay on, and then all of a sudden that section will come back on, and then another section will go out. And according to the employee I talked to the other day, he says that they had an electrician company there. I'm not aware. This is all secondhand to me. I didn't learn this firsthand. That they never found the problem, and it still happens. Especially now with it getting dark earlier. The kids run after school. We run at 6 o'clock. So
could you check that immediately and send a memo to the town board as to what you found?
We'd be happy to, Councilman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Real quick, who created the new Hometown Hero Award?
That was a recommendation made by the receiver of taxes, Don Clavin. And actually, it's a great idea. And, I, for one, would like to see us codify that in a resolution going forward. Kathy Falco is an amazing woman. She's a retired nurse. She happened to be in Bye Bye Baby on Old Country Road when I think a 4-month-old baby completely. Well, I'd like to tell the story because I think it's a great story. When a 4-month-old baby stopped breathing, turned blue, and she was the only one that knew how to administer CPR to an infant, and she is definitely credited with saving that baby's life. And in order to recognize her, Don suggested that we create a Hometown Hero Award, which not just for her. I think we should have that going forward. So at some point, I'd like to get together with the supervisor and the other members of the board to codify that and set forth criteria for making that award. But certainly, whatever criteria we set forth, I'm sure Kathy would meet that criteria because that was amazing, and she definitely did save the child's life. Everybody says that, from the EMTs to the doctors at the hospital and the parents of the child.
Okay. I've been here a long time, as you know. We've given out many awards, people very deserving. It's usually done by the town supervisor because she is the representative. I don't think Don Clavin would have ever done this if Kate Murray was supervisor, if Santino was supervisor. He's trying to bypass the normal chain of command here. I think there should be some deference. He's doing this. Only one of his 6 or 7 press releases are tax receiver related issues. He's campaigning on the taxpayer's dime, and there is no doubt about that, and it's wrong, and people need to know about it. And the press, unfortunately, they pick it up. They don't even bring up the question. We've on many heroes here. Supervisor Gillen has, Supervisor Santino has, Supervisor Murray has, people, police officers, firefighters, individual citizens.
Okay,
and not
Felix.
once did the receiver of
time's up.
tax, I know, not once did the receiver of taxes ever give out an award. And I think it's totally inappropriate because it sends the wrong signal. This is a
Okay, Felix.
disparate
Thank you.
place.
Felix, we all make decisions on people in our communities that we want to recognize, and maybe we should codify it, like I said, in some criteria for the award. But certainly in this case, it was merited. I know the supervisor gives out awards from time to time. We all do. There are certain types of awards that recognize people for various things, but this Hometown Heroes Award seems like a great idea, and there should be criteria for it because it should be like our highest award.
It should be a town hall with the town supervisor, not in Bye Bye Baby. Thank you.
We'll take that under advisement. Thanks.
Stuart Kroll.
Stu Kroll, Great Neck, New York. Mr. D'Esposito, I just want to also say I appreciate your efforts on behalf of the shelter. And I'm going to like to talk also about the tragic killing of Brock. Yes, Brock was an aggressive dog, no doubt fueled by mistreatment. In my opinion, this shelter set extremely high insurance requirements with the expectation that no rescue group would be able to meet them, at which point Brock would be put down. A terrific rescue group, Diamonds in the Rough, stepped forward, agreed to all of TOH's demands, and they've also had worked many times previously with TOH. As the time came to pull him, they at TOH, of course, asked for more insurance. Diamonds met their request, paid the additional money, then were told they could not take Brock, and he was subsequently murdered. I will now read an email from the director of the group, dated September 15th, so if you just give me 1 minute to pull that up. I will do that over here. Okay, we can do that here. Let's see. Okay, TOHS asked for more insurance, which cost us $1,200. This is from the director of the group. We did everything they asked, and yesterday we were emailing to coordinate pulling him. When they responded, they were not letting us take him. Then they kill him immediately. The last 2 weeks, rotting in a crate in the garage, minimal contact. We have a video of him crying in his crate, rolling on his back to get a belly rub. We have taken their longest residents, ones no one wanted, and found them great homes. And this is how they repay us. They are evil. That's a direct quote from them. So whoever gave the order, that triumvirate of unqualified people, you know, my heartfelt congratulations to them. Okay. Let's see. We now need to ask why the shelter is so dysfunctional and is moving quickly in the wrong direction. The shelter is now banned taking pictures, which gives animals much needed exposure. Escorts are required to walk around the shelter. This to me smells of a cover-up that John Dean would be very proud of. Okay. Let me state, first of all, that I'm very sorry that one of the volunteers was bitten. As far as this volunteer is concerned, the one that was bitten, he was banned from Little Shelter, which is a very reputable shelter, along with one of your other volunteers that you honored. He didn't go quietly. He started a hate page against Little Shelter, and they subsequently, which I also have a copy of, had to send them a cease and desist letter. So rather than worried about the animal advocates and needing all sorts of security there, maybe we should take legal action to stop him from being allowed at the shelter, because he's a proven threat. You know, we'll go on what's already real. Another problem is your shelter liaison, who by her own admission had no experience with animals. This is a blatant political hire, and obviously without the payoff of jobs, nobody would donate to the party. That explains why she's there. Your behaviorist is a union secretary who wanted to learn about animals. I also want to learn about rocket science, but I doubt NASA will let me calculate the next lunar landing coordinates. Next, we get to Pastore, the shelter director who is running the shelter of death. He apparently doesn't want to be there, but it's been over 3 months since this was brought up. You sent out a memo. Nothing has happened. I haven't seen any resolutions. I can't imagine why. There are two possibilities. The first one is the Republican majority on the board is blocking this to make you look bad. You know, with all due respect, they don't need a tremendous amount of help. The second possibility is that you are afraid to put forth a resolution or simply fire him. One more lawsuit to join the 5 or more that are already naming Pastore, I don't think would make much difference. In closing, you put forth a proposal to ban the hiring of relatives. While in an ideal world this would be nice, it pales in comparison to calling someone's employer in an attempt to silence them. It is alleged that you have done this. I sincerely hope this is not true, because if it is true, even for a politician, this is scraping below the bottom of the barrel. Thank you.
Pearl Jacobs.
Pearl Jacobs, Uniondale, speaking on behalf of the Nostrand Garden Civic Association. So spring and summer has come and gone, and the streetscaping project remains in pending status. Commissioner Bakich did send an update to Heidi Samth, our VP, yesterday, but today I would like to state publicly, and I thank Commissioner Bakich for that update, thank you. But I would like to state publicly that today that no further queries will come from the Nostrand Garden Civic Association regarding the commencement of this project. I will instruct Heidi to cease with any email inquiries regarding this project going forward. I do notice, though, that active improvements are currently underway in Levittown. And as you know, Levittown was sharing CDBG funding with Uniondale. So I'm going to ask the question, can you elaborate regarding the Levittown projects? Why is the Levittown project going forward and Uniondale project is currently in a stalemate? How are you, Commissioner?
Good. Supervisor, board members, George Bakich, Planning and Economic Development. I do not know the project that you're referring to in Levittown. It's not being done through my office with CDBG funds or any kind of grant money.
Okay, but I'm just asking. I do not know.
Maybe an engineering job if there's some kind of streetscape or street work being done.
Well, there is active project going on in Levittown on Hempstead Turnpike.
Okay, it has nothing to do with this.
Okay, I'm just asking. I didn't know, but
tying the two together is if.
Well, I'm just asking. I'm inquiring. I don't know whether they were tied together or not. I do know that the CDBG funding was shared with the Uniondale funding for the town.
It's not CDBG funding. It's New York State funding.
Oh, New York State funding. Okay, well, some funding was shared with the Uniondale. So I was just asking, was that funding going forward and work going forward, and Uniondale is still at a stalemate?
That's correct. And some of that New York State funding, we are trying to use more of it in the Uniondale community to finish that 1 block or 2 blocks to the north that you had requested.
Okay, so just going forward, and we appreciate your...
State road?
Which? Hempstead Turnpike's a state road, yes. Uniondale Avenue is a county road, but we are allowed to do work on those roadways.
So at my civic meeting last week, the residents are very, very concerned about this. They feel it's just another slap in the face. You know, it's been 5 months since this project was
The characterization of being a slap in the face, I don't think is really fair. I've tried to keep you up to date.
This is not personal, Commissioner, not you.
No,
it's not you.
You're mixing apples and oranges here, and I'm just trying to answer the question. The Levittown job that you're referring to has nothing to do with my...
Okay, you answered my question. I appreciate that, but my whole thing is that the project was to commence 5 months ago. Okay, now we're into October.
I explained there were certain delays and things that...
You did, but this is the last time. Nostrand Garden Civic Association will not ask about this project anymore going forward, and Heidi will not send you any more emails. If you'll feel free to send her emails, but we will not ask about this project.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
That's where we stand right now. The other issue is the deplorable conditions of the residential streets in Uniondale. I live in a cul-de-sac. I look out into my cul-de-sac. It's deplorable. It was deplorable prior to the National Grid project. Now, since the National Grid project, it's definitely egregious. And my question is, and I do believe I sent your office an email, Supervisor Gillen, and I just spoke with Matt about that. I did not receive a response as yet. But my question is, I do see that there's a capital project going on for certain streets in Uniondale, closer to Hofstra and closer to towards the Coliseum area. However, the streets in Uniondale that have already been affected by this National Grid project that are torn up, patched up, unsafe, why aren't these streets given priority to be repaired as opposed to streets that have not undergone this National Grid project as yet?
Commissioner Toscano? Oh, Tuman.
How are you?
I mean, we have a process where, you know, we select roads based on the roads that are rated in the worst condition. And we make that selection around like November, December for the following year. So the roads have already been selected.
My question to you is, wouldn't that be a waste of money if those roads that have been selected have not been affected currently by the National Grid project, but they will be? So you're going to repair those roads, and then when National Grid comes through, they're going to tear them up, and then you're going to repair them again?
No, we'd certainly look to avoid that scenario.
Well, that's just what's going to happen. It just appears just common sense. The roads have not been affected by this National Grid project. So you're going to go ahead and fix these roads prior to the National Grid project. When the National Grid project comes through and tears up these residential streets again, then they have to be fixed again.
Mr. Tuman, maybe we can reach out to National Grid to make sure that we don't have any duplication of efforts.
National Grid. I spoke with the lead engineer for National Grid, especially, you know, regarding the residential streets that have been affected, which are deplorable. Okay, and they did say that they will come through and they will fix their part that they, you know, destroyed. They will fix repave their parts, but that's still going to leave the residential streets in a quandary, okay? Because you have half repaved and you have the other half that are still compromised, but they're only going to repave what they dug up.
Commissioner, correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding was that your department coordinates with all the utilities, and that if we're going to do a project, we notify them that it might be a good idea if they're going to do some upgrading to their network.
Yeah, they have a list of our capital budget and the roads that are going to be
And
performed.
don't we get lists from them of what they're going to do, and we try to coordinate that?
Yes, we do, exactly. And I
We
could
do
also.
that already.
What's that?
We do that already.
Yes. But you certainly bring up some good points. And then, you know, we're working with Erin King Sweeney's office in particular, who has reached out to us to maybe come up with some rules that we could put in, guidelines that we could put in place for utility companies so that they can more properly make repairs when they go in and do fix the roads. So we hope to have that soon. We're working with the highway department on that.
That's a different issue.
me?
That's when they do not complete repairs that they're supposed to do, correct?
No, what is supposed to happen, what it's always happened is you talk to the utility company, and they're supposed to put the roads back exactly as they should be.
Right, which
Okay?
they don't.
So, but you get them, and they're supposed to do it. That's what I normally do.
Right, so the hope is if we drew up some guidelines and kind of forced the utility companies.
There are guidelines, I'm telling you, the companies have the guidelines, you just have to make them do it.
Right, we're going to make more stringent guidelines so we get even better quality fixes.
And maybe an enforcement portion of it.
Right.
So there's some penalty if they don't do it. Otherwise, they just, yes us to death.
You know what? I am not putting this wholly and solely on the utility company. I have done many projects for utilities, project management. Okay, so I know what project management is. Okay, I had to do that in corporate America. If I didn't do it effectively, I would have lost my job. So I do know project management. Okay, they have to make whole what they destroy. Okay, the other part of it, I would say that for a cost-effective initiative, perhaps the town would actually partner with National Grid as they fix the part that they actually, destroyed, that the town would come in and work together and fix the other half of the street, and then you would have a whole project, not all on the cost of the town.
Ms. Jacobs, your time is up. Maybe you could speak a little bit with the commissioner offline, and certainly we'll work together to make sure that the National Grid project is done in conjunction with some of our capital projects.
That would be a very cost-effective
Thank you.
initiative. Thank you.
Joseph Monroe? Oh.
There's something very serious going on here.
Could you just state your name and address for the record, please?
Joseph Musso, 1370 Noel Court, past Commander, Oyster Bay. I'm on SSI right now. Oh, by the way, on Facebook, I use my middle name, my stage name, Joey Simon, in case you, I know you wouldn't recognize Musso. There was a vote earlier today to condemn my house, okay? Now, my family has lived there since '64, and my father went in '98, my mother went in my arms in 2001. It was very traumatic for me. I lived in Bayville, in Oyster Bay. I didn't know what to do. They left me in an apartment house in the city. I didn't know where I was coming or going. In any event, what happened was I moved back to Merrick for closure. And I've been barraged by the building department. This was my puppy before you were inaugural, okay? Before you were running. The building department came to put things on my plaque, which I got dismissed in court, by the way. My dog was behind one of these fences, and they kicked my dog. I'm the one that said that to Claire on the phone, okay? I don't think that was right. I've been on medication since.
Sir, I don't mean to interrupt. Are you here with regards to the item number 1?
Here is...
Yes?
Here is the declaration from the court dismissing all the charges after Sandy to remove the plaque, to do this, to do that, and all that stuff.
Well, sir, may I interrupt? The building department is willing to work with you and give you a minimum of 30 days to resolve the issues before they actually demolish the building. So do we have a representative from the building department here?
Yes, I believe Mr. Musia and Mr. Commissioner Rotkamp have
Can
been
you
speaking.
sit with Commissioner Rotkamp and he'll talk to you about the process?
I know about 78. I just want to know as to...
No, not in Article 78, sir. If you
About
can...
correcting the issues with your house so that you have 30 days to comply. Correct, Commissioner? Yeah.
I know that the building department is an assistance program, but they have programs for seniors that will fix up their house if they need it. Okay? And rather than do that, I'm harassed, bullied. I'm afraid to come home. I'm afraid to leave the house.
No.
What?
No, he was...
Commander, USPS.
Okay, so we're not...
No. In my house, I'm not living in Oyster Bay anymore. I'm living in North Merrick. Okay.
Right now, we meet with the commissioner, and he'll set forth the guidelines.
He told me I was never first at anything in my life in terms of, being picked for something. You had my case on first, and I have a kidney condition now, and I'm a little slowed down. 65 to 66 really makes a difference. And
what we're telling you is we're willing to work with you.
I want a revote.
Sit down with the commissioner and show some progress in fixing up.
I do have all the progress here since then.
Meet with him. You're not going to accomplish anything here.
But
Meet
can't
with him
you,
right now. He will give you the guidelines that are necessary to get this done.
I got the guidelines from Mr. Raymond Schwartz. I'm asking you to, based on what the few things that the title reporters put, or not the title reporter, the inspector put, was remedied, to have a revote.
To revote?
Yes,
To revote for what reason?
because you didn't see the improvement. I mean, what
What we're
the
telling
small,
you is if you show that you are making progress, there is no necessity for revote. The building department will not demolish the premises. So meet with the
but you
building.
voted today to demolish.
Sir,
It's not being
You have 30 days to get your house into compliance. You can meet with the commissioner, and he will explain what you need to do, and then you can avoid that.
there's
So just
not a
work with the
bulldozer at your
commissioner.
house right now.
I know, but
Okay.
it's just a slap in the face to my family, because it was a result of Sandy, and I did go to court, and the judge dismissed it unconditionally, and they decided to revise it for no reason, and they did it at a cost to me on my dog, and that's the violent part of it. And they don't listen to anything. They told me I had a pool when I didn't have a pool. They said the fences belong to me. They don't belong to me. Failure to maintain pool. They're behind the windows with a camera. I mean, the neighborhood is paranoid. They have mace. They have pepper spray by the door for this. They see a code car pulling up on the block, and they see the guy randomly going over the fence, taking a picture and everything. It's like Home Alone. And that's not right. It really is
It's
not
not
right.
funny, because
This isn't ISIS.
No.
You know, in fact, I'm the one that put in the in your Facebook that the code department of Hempstead makes the mafia look like Boy Scouts. If you remember that quote, I'm the one
Okay.
that said it.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not saying that to be funny. I mean it. They're,
All right.
they're
So-
very rough. They're abusive. There's a lot going on.
your time is up, that's what it
Oh, is
means.
that what that means?
That's what that means. that
Oh, I
your
thought I
time
could
is up.
take the card out of the machine now, on the chip.
No. So, sir, why don't you speak with Commissioner Rotkamp and see if there's a way that we can give you some time to do what you need to do for your house. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, and just one other thing. There was a gentleman that spoke about dogs here. I'm trying to find another dog because the void in me is too great.
Okay.
And there's a dog named Ollie who needs an MRI in the Hempstead shelter. Is there any way that there could be help for him? Because he's got a nervous problem.
Okay.
And they don't want to go for that.
All right.
Beautiful dog.
So,
All right, but
thank
first-
you.
Out.
Thank you so much.
I think first he has to get his house in order before you can get a dog.
I know that. I'm talking about, I'd adopt him in a second, but he has neurological.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Please see Commissioner Rotkamp.
I
And
wanted to just
thank
tell
you.
the
Thank you so much.
shelter that
I have to let somebody else speak now. Patty Ambrosia?
I thank you so much. Congratulations, because I was.
Okay, he's over here. The commissioner's here, sir.
Okay, so I've been before the board several times about flooding in California Place South and Island Park. Supervisor Gillen, none of my issues are from your turn. This is going back 20 years. So I have spoke to Commissioner Tuman several times. He tells me that the roads will not be repaired until June of 2019. This is pictures of the last flood. My daughter sat up at Starbucks at 11 o'clock at night for 45 minutes before she can get home. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable. So I also sent an email to supervisor and whomever else that I'm putting the town on notice, because the town is well aware of the issues on California Place South, and if my house gets flooded, you are going to be responsible, the town of Hempstead. So something has to be done. What is going to be done? We don't have time to wait until 2019 to get our storm drains fixed.
Well, Commissioner Tooman, I guess, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that the project along California, both north and south, is part of a state funding program, correct? And we have been abiding by their rules, their regulations, going through the process, and I was told that it's 30% complete at this point.
Okay, well, I would like to interrupt. The last time I came in March, this study was 60% complete.
I think we're on a
No, we're not.
well, that the number that we gave, or Commissioner gave.
Is this working? We're currently at the 30% mark for the design phase of this project, which will allow us to begin construction in June, as you stated. The number that you're stating maybe is referring to the phase before the design phase. There was, a research and study phase. All these things, unfortunately, as the councilman is saying, requires a process because this is state funds. It's through the Governor's Office of Storm Recovery. So it's not as simple as us running out there and raising a road.
I'm going to interrupt you now because we are taxpayers. We all pay our taxes. You have 84 homes basically being prisoners of their home during a high tide, full funny moon. So that is no longer acceptable.
Is there a problem with the drains?
The storm drains do not work.
Can we send someone out to look at the drains?
They have.
There's a much larger issue there. The roads need to be raised, and the capacity of the drains themselves are not large enough. So anything that would be done now would be futile, and it wouldn't really achieve much. That's why this is a major construction project.
You see our road? You cannot leave. You cannot leave this road. You cannot get out unless you want to destroy your car.
Right, but unfortunately,
this is an ongoing issue. 20 years that I lived on my block. An ongoing. This is a town of Hempstead issue. I don't care about CRP funds and all the other nonsense. Superstorm Sandy, you're talking 6 years ago. But you know what? I'm putting it on record. So I'm done with this for now, and I'll be back for the next flood. If you want to send somebody to do our storm drains, that's great. But I'm putting the town on record, because enough of that, because I got a bigger story to talk about. Okay. So, I am a civic activist. I'm with the Island Park Civic Association as well. I have been targeted several times for my speaking out. My mother-in-law passed away in September of 2017. By October 27th of 2017, I had the building inspection at my mother-in-law's house to get rid of her senior apartment. So this went on and on and on. Several notices for that house, several notices on my other house. And again, I believe it's because I speak out. So with that said, I have a neighbor that lives across the street, and I have papers here from 2008, an illegal basement, a kitchen. This house has 3 illegal apartments. It's 4525 Brennan Place. Sejace is the name that goes with it. So I've been dealing with Ray Schwartz very actively since March. Since March, nothing has been done to this house. I have requested for somebody with Conservation of Waterways to get out and do something between their bulkheading and their docks. This past week, one has let loose. Now it sits underneath my dock, which is exactly what I thought would happen. So I call up the Conservation of Waterways, and they tell me Tim D'Esposito will be on it. So this dock still sits in front of my house. Is this because the family doesn't like me? Why is it still sitting there 7 days later? No answer?
Have you called my office? And I mean, you speak to Kathy regularly. Have you expressed I would have called over to Conservation Waterways immediately.
I've called your office.
And let's just be very clear before we try to imply something that's not the truth.
Oh, you like me?
No, that's
Right,
definitely not the truth.
So that's why this dock is still sitting there.
But let's be clear. And you don't like me, so let's be clear. Right. But let's be clear. The fact that there's a dock in front of your or in back of your house, whatever the case may be, has absolutely zero effect to who was going to be taking care of it. So let's just make that very clear. Before you imply things that are completely false, let's make things very clear.
Goes on? Oh, that's.
I don't control the mics.
No? Does my mic go on? Okay. Oh, it never went off? Oh, he's talking too loud. I couldn't.
Commissioner, Commissioner Johanny, could you just address this, please?
And who is this a commissioner from?
Conservation and Waterways.
Howdy.
Good afternoon.
How much you want to say? 2008, these people leave their property looking like this. 2008, still going. Illegal apartments, docks are falling apart, leaving. This one's going to come anytime soon. It's going to come down to my property. So what is the town doing about this? What is the building department doing about this? 2008, illegal apartments, you name it, it all happens.
Is Mr. Schwartz here? Or Commissioner Rockham? Just correct me if I'm wrong. That address on Brennan, wasn't there multiple summonses issued in the last month? 5 appearance tickets were issued to Brennan.
When?
September 17th.
So that just happened. So this has been going on since 2008.
Okay.
Okay, 3 illegal apartments. I've been complaining. A neighbor put a house up for sale. This is an ongoing issue. Why this family? Why are they allowed to do this? Why are they allowed to get away with this?
I guess they're not. The commissioner
are.
just said they were issued 5
2008.
tickets.
Nobody does anything.
I wasn't here in 2008, so.
Okay, but you're here now.
I am. And they were just issued 5 summonses on September 17th.
What were they for? And this gentleman was called up, but I didn't even get to hear anything that he has to say.
Well, there's not much I can say, but you haven't said already. The point is that all of these things are structures in the waterways that need to be fixed, repaired, or replaced. So.
Okay, a man just sat here and said the town was going to take down his house. What's the town doing about this? Are they going to take down their bulkheading? Are they going to redo their bulkheading? Are they going to let these docks just sit out there?
Responsible for their own bulkheading.
And he's responsible for his own house.
He is.
Okay?
So I don't see the.
So this guy is responsible for his own house, but yet the town is going to come in and knock it down. So this is like the same kind of situation. This guy has neglected his property for many, many years. What is the town going to do about this now? Because it's damaging my property. Did you see where their dock is sitting underneath my dock?
You know, we can continue this conversation offline. Commissioner, maybe we could look into this bulkhead situation, but the time is up, so we need to move on.
Sure. Do you have a card? I'll give you a call.
Come with me. We'll try to figure it out.
And regardless, nothing has been done at 4525 Brennan Place. And I've been dealing with Ray Schwartz for way too long. And I'll be back at the next meeting. What? Oh, not yet. That's next.
Thank you for your comments. Diane Madden?
Diane Madden, East Meadow. I'd like to ask a question. We've been through this before a few years ago. Mike Pastore, when he came up with a ridiculous photo policy because he had so much to hide, and he was staging, much like this administration has been staging the killing of animals, and within hours, the ACLU got on the town's back. I think you may recall, Mr. Ra, and this photo policy went in the shredder, and the public was able to, as their constitutional right, to continue to videotape and take pictures and document anything in a building that we pay for that they find improper. So I'd like to ask anyone, I would assume particularly you, since this is a legal issue, Mr. Ra, what is being done when those signs that are unconstitutional are going to be removed from the shelter?
I can answer that. So basically, we have a collective bargaining agreement, as well as we have certain security concerns. So basically, we are looking at completely reviewing what is on those signs, where there can be videotaping and pictures taken, and we've taken your comments very seriously, and we're looking closely at it, and we hope to have a resolution of it by the next meeting. We're going to sit down with the union and discuss with the union their concerns so that we give them an opportunity to be heard before we do something. So we are in the process of reviewing your side and also the union side of the issue.
Okay, so this isn't my side, this is the constitutional side. I appreciate your comments.
No, and we understand that.
Yeah, thank you. I just want, something you may not know, and something many of you may not know, is that within hours of that post going up to ban photography and video in the shelter, there was a woman extremely upset. She meant to get here today. She'll be here hopefully at the next meeting. Her dog was picked up after being surrounded the night before for 3 hours by ACOs and the police department, who couldn't capture the dog. Of course, they called the dog aggressive, but trust me, this was a huge dog. By the way, it was an emotional therapy dog. That dog had every opportunity to bite. He didn't bite anyone. He's never bitten anyone, never been at the shelter. When the woman and her husband took off from work the next day, because, by the way, animal control refused to release their pet back to them on scene. They took the dog to the animal shelter, where, by the way, it's overcrowded and filled with illness. They took off the next day. The woman was very upset. She saw her dog bleeding. I saw her dog bleeding from the mouth, swollen mouth, shaking, and she went in the front and she videotaped everything. She videotaped herself, and within hours, Supervisor Gillen had a post up prohibiting photography. It's the timing is really, truly incredible. I don't want to use up all my timing on this. I would like to hear from you, Mr. Ra.
Commissioner, can you please speak to this issue? And Mr. Ra, if you want to join in as well.
I can tell you, to my knowledge, and I would think the commissioner will back that up, that no one had any idea that of the situation you described with the dog when the signs were going up about not taking pictures at the shelter. This was in response to complaints from shelter personnel about a hostile work environment and fear for their safety. And that's why the signs were up. The municipality has an obligation to provide a safe workplace, a non-hostile environment. And the first thing the case law tells us to do when that happens is to rectify the situation and then come up with a policy. We are actively working on a policy that will allow pictures to be taken and video to be done. You will be allowed to take pictures again shortly, and we're working on that policy right now.
I appreciate
That's what happened. I don't know anything about this issue with
right,
the
because there's no, and thank you for that, Mr. Ra. A lot of people are waiting for the ability, because again, with the issue of taking pictures and videos, there are rescue organizations such as Pause for Purpose that put in a complaint and an open letter to Ms. Gillen about now being cut off from pictures, from access, from information, and this affects the adoptions, because basically what's happened is all of these policies put together are interfering with adoptions. As far as the staff and hostility in the workplace, you may want to consider transferring some of your most hostile employees that are there, including the behaviorist or trainer, really, she's not a behaviorist, and the director. So I get that. But there was no problem with hostility before. Never. It was never an issue with photos. Once this was resolved, back when Pastori came in, it wasn't an issue. There was not an issue when Ms. Gillen put in surveillance cameras all over and the employees complained about that. So I really am very eager to see what you'll come up with. There's no gray area. We pay for that building. It's a public building. It's unconstitutional to prohibit any photography.
Just let me say that in law, there's no such thing as black and white. There are competing interests here. One is to provide a safe work environment, non-harassment of employees, and the other is this free speech issue, which we are acutely aware of.
I'd like to see any employee that's being harassed there through photography. Hopefully I can foil that. I want to talk about Brock. I'd like to have this handed to every board member. It's very clear that Laura Gillen is staging a lot of killing. First, these volunteers are not trained.
That is absolutely and categorically false.
Okay, so then you explain to me why these volunteers under your leadership have been taught to excuse me. Okay, how you, Laura, campaigned on the backs of animals and stood on the animal shelter ground saying she'd fix this. Under you, volunteers are not trained. Under you, you have volunteers that are taking out dogs that are aggressive that are not trained. Under you, you shut down Kennel 3 and you put healthy dogs in with sick dogs. Under you, you put in a policy that violates the Constitution. You ban volunteers that speak out. This is all under you.
M. Funderburg. Thank you, Commissioner.
Good afternoon. It's Emergency Funderburg. I use Emmy for short. I have a couple of issues. Oh, I wrote them on the wrong page. Anyway, I can remember them. With my block, we had a little community meeting on Tuesday just to kind of find out some of the things that are amiss there in the community that's bothering most of the residents. And this parking and the trailer trucks are a big issue, but immediately on my block, my neighbor is running a used car business out of her home. So she's transporting cars on these big trailers. They're blocking the street. They're blocking my driveway.
Your block is identified on your slip, yes? So I know.
Yes,
Oh,
139.
I don't have it, but if you want to provide me with the block afterwards.
Yes.
Oh,
Across,
Senior Councilwoman knows where it is.
okay, across the street from me, they have 5 box trucks in their driveway, and they're running a fencing company. To the right of me, the guy is running a auto mechanic. He has 10 cars in his driveway. So when you talk about the quality of life, I'm annoyed now because I always say I try to talk things out first, and then we have to move. We have to fix it. I asked for a sign so that people will stop parking on the side of my house, having sex, throwing down condoms. The across from me, my neighbors asked for the same sign. I mean, in Roosevelt right now, we have these big 16-wheeler tractor trailers that are just sitting on the street, and at night they say, okay, we're going to go around and put tickets. But they shouldn't be there. Why should they be there all day, and then you have to wait till midnight to call the cops and say, come move it? It's, again, quality of life. It's unfair. I know everybody thinks that, certain communities have a step up where, it's all right to do certain things. But when you enter our community, you enter in with this truck company sitting right in the entrance, and it's called C&R tree removal. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you can't even go past on a main street because those trucks are blocking the street. We have had 3 car accidents on the corner of Greenwich and Nassau Road this week. So it has to be something done about just the quality of life. And I'm at the point now, I'm annoyed because I should not have to live next door to a neighbor that's running a car dealership, and then they said that the town has come out there and told them it's okay. This is what was told, and I've had an argument with my neighbor. I'm being nice, and I'm using words now, but when I saw my neighbor yesterday, it was not nice, because I'm tired of it. I should not have to live with that surrounding me. Next to my neighbor.
It's totally illegal, you know that.
I know it's illegal, that's why I'm here about it.
All right, so
Then I have
you have
a
those
halfway
addresses
house.
for me?
Excuse me?
You have those addresses?
I have and I'm gonna tell you, I have a nice list. It's 25 homes. I have a nice list for you. The halfway house, when the halfway house was brought to Roosevelt, now that's another thing. We had about 25 halfway houses in a square mile, which is absurd, but we're the dumping ground. But aside from that, the halfway house, the criminals in there are not supposed to have cars, but they have vans, they have trucks, and so they park. I mean, I'm just like crazy with these cars. It has to be something done. And that's the only reason why I'm annoyed today. I wish and I'm hoping that you will get my sign up. You will get somebody out there for that neighbor to move those cars out, get the auto mechanic off the corner. I mean, the tractor trailers, come on. We got to do better than that. I'm paying taxes and I shouldn't see that.
We hear your concerns. I'm sure the senior councilwoman would be happy to look into this, and any assistance she needs from me, I'd be happy to provide it as well.
I want it on the record. And the last closing out, I've always come here complaining about the dog animal shelter. I got a beautiful dog finally from there named Cosmo. I love Cosmo. I couldn't believe life without Cosmo. But I'm going to give you just my opinion. Somebody needs to go in there and just, revamp that whole situation. The things that have been going on lately there, I have to tell you, when I went to get my dog, I was happy. It changed. Things change. People are nicer when you walk in the door. It's just different. I know you're getting these complaints now, but it seems like whenever you want to make change, others don't like change. So then that means, oh my God, it's bad, bad, bad. I am so delighted that when I went to the animal shelter, that I was able to walk out with a dog. All of the parameters that were put in place before kind of push aside, because people want to have an animal. And when they drive out to Wantagh to get an animal, it should not be met with negativity. So I'm happy at some of the changes that have gone, and we need to go forward to continue making changes there so that the situation at the animal shelter is not a bad situation.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you for coming in, and normally your mom would have brought that all in. It would have been done already. Okay, so I don't know where she is. She's in Las Vegas, but get her.
Domenica Califano?
Listen, I need you to give us a list, please. Just hand it to one of the ladies sitting here. Where's she going? Oh, Clarence got it. Okay, give it to Clarence.
Hello, Domenica Califano, 4043 Long Beach Road, Island Park, New York. I want to thank you, Laura Gillen, for the animal shelter there. That my friend had a very excellent experience there, finding their two pit bulls there. Having some dogs spaded there was a pleasant atmosphere. Not like a few months back, it was a little crazy, but I want to thank you for that. Also, I want to speak about California Place South and Island Park. It was a little disturbing that the other day you see the Bay Constable boat pulling up to someone's home, that the dockage there is horrendous. They pulled up by the dockage, they went out, they got Starbucks coffee, they get back onto the person's dock and left. A few months ago, there was an elderly woman that was brought into a nursing home, and her home is on the water. You have to understand, California Place has boat dockage across the street from their home, so you don't park the boat behind the house. The woman was brought to the hospital. Apparently, someone must have called that her dockage space was unsafe for any child walking in the street or anything, and believe me, this poor woman's house was not unsafe. They came in, the town of Hempstead, as bullies as they are from the building department, and fenced off this woman's house with no warning, no nothing. I'm bringing up about the Bay Constable boat because of selective enforcement, where they're taking this boat. They're very well known to the DeExposito family in Island Park. The gentleman that owns the house is involved with the fire department. If a child is driving down that road by this place in Island Park on California Place South, you will fall into the water and probably die. The bulkheading there. There is no bulkheading. There's about this much dirt between the street and the waterfront property. It seemed like they just put a piece of rope there. Now, what I'm coming to with selective enforcement with the building department and who you know and what you know is that they went to this poor old woman's house that's about 20 houses down from this individual house and put a fence up. She was in the nursing home, the neighbors told them, and if you go by her house, you'll see it in black and white. Her property is nothing like the property that the Bay Constable boat comes and pulls up to have Starbucks coffee. That's one thing. The other thing is there is a business being ran at 4413 Austin Boulevard in Island Park. It's an animal rescue. The neighbors in this area are horrendous. I have a few investment properties in the area there. The tenants, the neighbors are freaking out. We called up the building department. They claim that they did things backwards. They opened up a business with no permits. They're running this business. The dogs are barking. The dogs are shitting and pissing all over the town. Unsupervised screaming. There is
Can you please not use foul language? Thank you.
There is paper signs all over the place there. There is no name of this rescue company. They sound like they're getting killed. You call 911, the cops go there, they drive by, they say they can't go on the property. They have kennels on top of kennels on top of kennels. There was a big, huge dog that fell off the top kennel. There was like 1, 2, I don't know what you call them, like moving kennels, like around portable kennels. They had 3 rows. There was this big, huge dog fell out of the kennel because rocking. The dog was howling. I ended up calling 911. The cops come. They're like, we can't go on the property. We can't trespass. I called the building department, spoke to a few people. I don't want to mention their names. They claim that they're going to be getting out of there. I don't think it's safe for the individuals that live in the area of these dogs that are coming in late at night from other states. They're bringing them in. They're from 1, 2 in the morning. Other dogs and cats in the area that were healthy cats are getting sick. I don't know if these dogs are not well dogs. It's just very sad in the last several months that other residents on the block, their dogs are getting very sick and they don't know. There's also an animal hospital that's right next door to them that want nothing to do with them. They're very bad. We have put numerous complaints with the building department. They do nothing about it. It's been going on for about a year now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Piggyback onto this.
Well, you've already spoken, Ms. Ambrosia, but you only get one time to speak during public comment.
Who can I speak to about illegal businesses in Island Park?
I'd be happy to let you speak with my chief of staff right there, Jim Lockeruba. You could speak with him. Thank you. Deborah Dornfest.
Good afternoon. The reason I'm here today is concerning a business near where I reside. I live in the village of Island Park, and my neighbors and I are having an issue with a business in the town of Hempstead, very close to where we live. The business is Houndstown, USA. It's a doggy daycare and boarding facility. And when I first filed a complaint, they had absolutely no permits, as far as I knew, and I filed a FOIL. This business operates officially from 7 to 7, aside from any boarding. They're usually open past 8. And the barking, some of the phrases I heard, very, very bad barking, howling, shrieking, you name it, throughout the day. And according to Town Code 144.3, it refers to violations of noise disturbances across residential real property boundaries, and the language includes howling and barking. Now, my neighbors and I have all been calling, and since my case was started in February, I've called about a dozen times or so to the town, and I've unfortunately had to call Nassau PD, and they're very reluctant to go over there. They say, this is the town, you should be dealing with the town. I said, well, I am dealing with the town. They did issue a summons. On 2 occasions, their response time was very long. It was over 2 hours, so the business was already closed. I just found out that one of those permits that was pending 6 months ago was just approved. So now they have an approved permit for the doggy daycare. I'm really very much fond of any local business. But I don't understand why the permit that was pending was separated from the other permit, why it was approved when there were complaints. And in one, I just want to say also, in one instance, in the middle of all my calling to various officials in the town, there was a town code enforcement officer sitting a block away on another case. And I walked over to his car and said, "Oh my gosh, you're here for this?" He goes, "No, but I'm a block away, and they've been barking all day. You could hear it through traffic." So I guess my number one question is, I'm going crazy. This is horrible, horrible. You can't read, you can't concentrate, you can't be in my house with windows closed. It really sounds like they're in there screaming right at me. It sounds like they're being beaten. So why can't the town help me?
Well, this is the first that I'm hearing of this. If you give the information to my staff, we'll look into it and I'll get back to you.
Supervisor, I have an open case. I have an open case since February, and I've been calling. I've been doing everything a citizen.
Who have you been calling?
I've been calling code enforcement.
Commissioner?
I was told, be patient, something will happen in August.
Good afternoon, Supervisor. In reference to this location, they filed 2 applications, one to maintain construction and one for the daycare part of it, the overnight stays. It is in an industrial zone, so we did issue them a permit to maintain the interior alterations. However, as far as the actual keeping the dogs overnight, that is a BZA case, and it was sent down to the BZA 2 months ago tomorrow. So after tomorrow, I've already spoken to the BZA and said after 60 days, they kick the file back to us if there's no activity. And since there's been no activity, we will then issue an appearance ticket tomorrow based on the fact of no activity. However, this is a BZA case, and eventually the residents will have their time to talk about the noise and everything at the BZA, at the public hearing.
But in other words, if there's no hearing for another few months, then we're all going to have to be listening. And one of my neighbors specifically said, "Oh my gosh," and he has a dog that I never hear. He said, "What happens when we open our windows in the fall? That we're not going to have any peace until they decide to bring in their paperwork and the hearing comes forth?"
Again, the only thing we can do, again, as tomorrow, because they have 60 days once the application is sent down to the Board of Appeals to act on it. Tomorrow is the 60th day. So if they don't act on it today, then tomorrow they'll be issued appearance tickets, and then they will have to go to court.
I think I'm a little confused.
Ms. Dorenfest, so you're concerned about the noise ordinance.
I'm talking specifically about the noise. The permits obviously.
Mr. Raw, can the town attorney's office look into the noise ordinance and we'll look into this situation? And I have your information. We'll get back to you. We'll look into it. Harold Goritsky.
The officer will leave me alone. I apologize for the way I'm dressed. Excuse me. Hello. It works. Dr. Harold Goritsky, PhD, honorary.
And what is your address, sir?
Oh, no. Well, right now I'm staying at 9515 108 Street, Richmond Hill, New York, 11419. Hello, Supervisor.
Good afternoon.
Okay, let me tell you the situation I'm in. It's going to maybe take more than 5 minutes, so please, let me talk. I have a home at 608 Yale Street, Oceanside, Long Island. It's my dream house. I came to New York with nothing, and I built an empire. Okay? Well, it came to be that I didn't know that I moved next door to a neighbor that is one of the sisters of one of the heads of the largest crime families on Long Island. Well, she told me I couldn't put up a radio in town. I do consulting work for Washington. What I do is not important. If President Trump has somebody with a letter, then I talk. I work in communications. I'm a specialist. I've been a ham radio operator for 60 years, student pilot for 36 years with one good eye. I've taken the tests for multi-instrument, all the written tests. I'm just a student pilot. Okay. So what happens, this neighbor moves, I move in, I meet this neighbor, I don't want to give her name, it's not important, and she says to me, I shouldn't put on a radio antenna on my yard to contact Washington. Well, first of all, she said, well, the radiation would be dangerous for her children. The power I was running was minuscule, there'd be no danger. She said, if I don't take down the antenna, quote, I will be out of my house, possibly in a pine box. Well, let me tell you, I'm an old man. You don't say that to. I grew up in East LA. I took my punches. So I said to her, not realizing who she was, you'll be 6 feet under, and let's say urinate on her. Okay, let's leave it at that. Well, after that, everything cut loose. My dog was taken. My airplane was destroyed in Lido Beach. I have a 152 I put in my driveway. Because a year and a half ago, I didn't pass my medical, and my doctor told me if I take it easy, I'll repass my medical, which I did. My house is boarded up. I was almost murdered, and a lot of ancillary things. My biggest problem right now is I'm a consultant. I have to be possibly in Israel, at Technion Institute, in 3 days. I'm losing both of my houses for foreclosure, which this person caused. My passport to go to Europe, Israel, is in my safe in my house that is boarded up. Now, I cannot afford to spend $500 to get a duplicate passport. That's the only thing I have with a photo ID. I can't even change my bank accounts. So I'm pleading with the town of Hempstead, help me. And, there's a lot more involved in this. I'm a writer. I'm writing right now 80 chapters, The Adventures of Hal. It's my life story, and it hasn't been over yet. From flying solo across the United States in 1962 as a student pilot from Los Angeles to New York and back. It took me 10 days. And my plan, if I get my airplane, which the town has destroyed, a $150,000 Cessna, I'm going to possibly fly in 2 months or 3 months. And my doctor, my cardiologist, and my psychologist say go around the world as a solo pilot, student pilot, 72 years old with one good eye. I was hoping to take my dog Mendel as my co-pilot. That's my problem, Supervisor. Help me.
Thank you. If you could see Commissioner Rodkamp in the back, you can maybe speak with him a little bit and see if we can help you with your issue, okay? Thank you.
To give them my home. Thank you for your time.
Valerie Lamp?
But it's my right to speak. It's my turn to speak. No, but not now. Okay, I'd just like to ask respectfully, because I don't yell out and interrupt people when they're up here speaking, and respectfully, I just want the audience behind to give me my 5 minutes because I wait around a long time for it. Number one, with regards to the photos and videos being unconstitutionally taken away from us, this is from the ACLU. Banning photography and video in public areas of the shelter limits free speech. See Animal Legal Defense Fund versus Otter 2014, etc. I can send this to you all on the board. The taking of a photograph or video is included with the First Amendment's guarantee of speech and press rights as a corollary of the right to disseminate the resulting recording. This is ACLU versus Alvarez, etc. As the ACLU has correctly argued, videotaping and capturing images of poor shelter conditions or neglected animals are indistinguishable from commenting or speaking out on such conditions. Volunteers, rescuers, and members of the public have a right to document things they believe are improper. I can assure you that the animal shelter is riddled with a ton of impropriety. In addition to that, I personally was there the day before they posted this unconstitutional policy, and I took a video. I posted it online of a dog who was being housed in a crate
not a kennel, going crazy, eating his blankets, which are toxic, filled with styrofoam. And in addition to that, I know you're not listening to me, Laura, right? You're busy. What are you, grading papers?
Please continue. This is your time to speak.
Oh, I'm aware of that. And I'm glad that this is on record as you sit there and distract yourself very conveniently because the truth hurts, right? Anyway, this dog was eating toxic foam and stuffing from the blankets, and immediately following this, as well in tandem with the other woman who videotaped herself speaking about her dog, who was bleeding when she came to pick him up, that's when this policy came up. I find it incredibly convenient. I also find the timing of it very suspect. Just like they murdered Brock immediately after the last meeting when we were calling on you, Supervisor Gillen, to answer a very simple question, and the entire board answered that question, and you were the only one who didn't. So they murdered Brock immediately following that, which feels like retribution. I'm going to say it. And I was wondering, Supervisor Gillen, if you might actually take a moment to answer that same question that I had for you 2 weeks ago. The question was, and all of the other board answered with a solid no, without hesitation. Have you, Laura Gillen, ever called someone's employer, specifically an employer who does business with the town of Hempstead, in an effort to silence a constituent?
Ms. Lamb, this is public comment. It is not question and answer.
Actually, Mr. Ra, I appreciate that, but I want to tell you, one of her campaign videos, she said that she would never say that to a constituent. She also said she would never speak down to a constituent. She also said that she was going to do something about the, quote, abuse, mismanagement, and patronage jobs at the town of Hempstead Animal Shelter. So I realized that a few months ago she tried to sever the opportunity to ask questions on a resolution, but it was voted down. But it still exists, to the best of my knowledge right now. And since she's the only one from the entire board who wouldn't answer that question, I'd like an answer. I'd like to ask it again. If she chooses not to answer, that's her choice. Did you ever do that, Laura?
You have 56 seconds left.
I'm aware. Thank you. But that's not an answer. So how about this? Here's a new question. Why won't you answer the question?
Ms. Lamb, please proceed.
I am proceeding. Why won't you answer the question, Laura? Are you afraid of incriminating yourself, or is it something that you just are so afraid to answer because the truth is, if it comes out, will make you look like the horrible human being that we believe you to be?
Please continue.
No problem. I wanted to ask a question about the foster program. What kind of support and communication is available to fosters?
Commissioner, do you want to answer that question?
Hello again, everybody. I'm not quite sure the question, if you repeat it.
What kind of support is available to someone if they're going to foster an animal from the town of Hempstead?
You're going to foster, once you have the animal, if you're going to foster the animal, the town of Hempstead, if the animal you believe is sick or something wrong with him, will actually come and get the animal and take care of it if need be. If you have questions about the dog's behavior, we'll either try and work with you over the phone, or in some cases, we'll go out to the house.
Do they promote the animal at all?
Promote the animal that's in foster?
Yeah, for adoption.
Well, they're
Well,
still up for,
foster
when
to
you're,
adopt.
right, so when you're fostering, the dog is already in the adoption system, and his or her picture should be, in the normal places that we put adoption for.
Okay. I'm just asking because I'm a first-time foster, and I haven't heard anything from anyone at the shelter. They haven't reached out to see how it's going. They haven't promoted the animal. They haven't even sent an email or anything. So I just think that, there's so many things going wrong here, and obviously Supervisor Gillen knows about it all because this is what she campaigned on, but I'm just bringing additional issues to light. Maybe one day she'll answer that question.
Thank you for your comments. Lucille Defina?
Good afternoon. I have a question, and it seems that whenever anyone asks you a question, you divert your attention to something else or another. I don't think it's doing you any good. I think that it's very important for people to know the answers to some of these questions. Now, if you can't answer that question, well, maybe you have a reason that you can't. And maybe you're guilty, maybe you're not. I don't know. But I think it's important because many, many people who don't have the guts to come here today